Crap. Second, the webcam's having some issues all of a sudden. Yeah, this is really weird. Hey, thanks for the sub, Flute. Nice. I figure out the camera issue right now. This is really weird. Alright. I have to be it for the time being. Hopefully that looks okay. Oh. I don't understand what's going on with this. The camera and everything is like super laggy. Literally never had this problem before. Well, gameplay capture seems to be okay. Almost like the camera completely reset or something. This is like really messed up. Yeah, sorry guys, my my camera is having some serious issues, so it's gonna be really laggy until I can get some time to figure out what the fuck happened to it. Seriously, was not having this issue 2 days ago when I streamed. I've been streaming on this for over a month now and had zero issues. So yeah, sorry about the lag in the video. Not much I can do about it right now without shutting everything down and just fucking with it for an hour trying to figure out why the hell Windows decided it needed to change shit. So yeah, we're kind of messing around with some Pantheon today. This is a new game coming out. Well, it's supposed to enter early access in roughly a month. I got into this game. I don't know how many people are familiar with the old EverQuest games from back in the super late 90s and early 2000s, but this game was originally kind of the brainchild of Brad McQuaid, who is kind of the lead game designer for old school EverQuest, and this was kind of the next project that he did, or that he was putting serious time into. He unfortunately passed away. Fuck off, guard. Go back to your home. Like, seriously, why are you following me? Alright, anyways, he passed away back in I think it was 2020. It was during COVID, which is unfortunate, but yeah, no getting to see this one for you, Fluid. This was, I knew you weren't going to be able to be here today, so yeah, exactly why I did this. I'll probably do some more with it later on. Yeah, I'll probably do some more with it later on, so you can get to see it. They've got a big patch coming out for it. Sounded like it was going to be, I guess, right about the time the early access goes live. So if that's the case, then I'll be playing this again at that point, and you'll be able to see it then once the new patch goes live. But yeah, anyways, as I was saying, you know, Brad passed away a few years ago, so the game's like, a lot of stuff has changed. I'm not real happy with their decision on changing the graphics. I know one of the reasons that they went through and changed the graphics was due to the amount of time that it was taking to develop assets for the game. And do keep in mind that this is still technically a early alpha build, so there are some bugs with it, some things that are gonna have issues. I mean, it's very possible that the issues that I'm having with my camera has something to do with what's going on with the back end on this game. I won't know until I change off of this game to find out for sure. But yeah, they've kind of gone with more of a stylized graphics. I'm under the impression that the graphics for like these trees is just kind of a placeholder for the time being, and that's going to improve. That was that was honestly the very first thing that I noticed, was how terrible the graphics for the trees looked compared to earlier builds of the game. I honestly don't think I like these graphics at all, like any shape, form, or fashion of them, after seeing the early build of the game and what it looked like originally. So, I mean, I guess it'll be one of those things that maybe it'll grow on me. I don't know what the deal with that will be. One thing to keep in mind about this game, though, is it's designed to be like older MMOs that were a little more hardcore. So for example, that rat that was chasing me, I accidentally attacked it without paying attention to my health bar, and things will chase you indefinitely in this game. So there's no running away and getting far enough away that you're like, oh, okay, the thing reset and ran away. Once you've pissed it off, unless you cross a zone line, it's not going away. So your only option is to run it to a guard, or you know, something along those lines to get the guard to kill it for you. Otherwise, you're pretty much just going to die. The game previously had a deficit when you would die. You would actually lose experience, but it didn't start until like level 5 or somewhere around that area. So I haven't played the game in a couple of years at this point. I got into the pre-alpha for this game. I'm wanting to think it was like 2018, something like that, when I got into it. So I've been part of this, the early stages of this game for quite some time. And I played it a lot more in the earlier days, but back then everything was set up to where you would just have like windows that you could play normally for, you know, 1, 2, or 3 days or something like that. I think at a couple of different points we may have gotten like a week-long play session, to where we could just kind of come and go as we pleased for an entire week. But most of the time it was very limited, and I mean, you would get like 2 or 3 weekends in a month or something like that that you could play, but most of the time each weekend was a complete reset. So you would have to start over at level 1, you know, create brand new characters and all that kind of stuff. They've kind of gotten it more into a position now to where, at least for the VIP status people, which is the higher tier of pledge, which is what I ended up doing, we get access to the game pretty much non-stop at this point. And I think the people that were in at the VIP status was what got you into the pre-alpha session for it. And then I think they finally converted over to just plain alpha, and they invited in everybody that had bought in at just normal alpha level. Those people are all involved in the testing now. I don't know if they have limited time and it's only the VIPs that get full access, or what the deal is on that part of it. I haven't read up on it, but I know once they go into the early access version in December, all of that's going to change anyways. I'm under the impression that pretty much anybody that's pledging at any level will have pretty much unfettered access to the game. I've heard that the mechanics of the game are doing pretty well currently and are fairly fleshed out. Hey, Nelfie. So I'm hoping that that the game is actually pretty fun to play. The basic feel of the game is still very similar to what it was originally, and maybe in a video, I'll release a video later on, because they've released the NDA on the game, obviously at this point, so anybody can stream it. And I would assume with the NDA being released, that means that all of the videos and stuff that I took of the game when the NDA was active should be able to be released now with no problems. I don't know what their opinions on that are going to be. I want to double check with it before I release any videos on that, just to make sure. If for some reason I can't release the videos, if you're familiar with Co-Carnage and his stream, he was kind of like a certified streamer with him, and could actually stream the content under certain guidelines. So you can see some of the old graphics and things like that that he had from his stream on the game originally. Yeah, I decided to go ahead and mess around with it, and the graphics are really, really bad in my opinion. Like, this is a really different turn for the graphics system compared to what they were doing. But it is still very early access, so after doing some confirming and stuff, a few of these graphics are placeholder graphics, so like these trees are hopefully will not continue to look quite so shitty in the near future. But yeah, I decided to go ahead and just kind of mess around with it and get it out there, because I know several people had been wanting to see what the game looked like. Unfortunately, Fluid was one of the people that really wanted to see what it looked like, but he wasn't able to hang around for tonight. So I am having a really weird problem with the camera, Nelfie. I don't know. I have no idea what happened. I have not done anything to this since I streamed last time, but the video camera has a massive latency for just no reason at all. I don't know if it's associated with this game or not, but it was also basically completely dark when I first started up, and I had to go in and adjust the one of the settings to almost the maximum just to get it to this level of viewing. I have absolutely no idea what has happened to this thing. So yeah, it's exceedingly latent in movement, which is it's actually kind of frustrating for me in general. Hey, Honeybus, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. New all-time high on subs. It is getting to be that time. I really hate how the Prime subs make you go back and resub every single month. Like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. it's like at the very least you should be able to do like a 6-month, you know, repeating or something like that to just not have to worry about it. But this is but yeah, this game is definitely based off of a very old MMO. That's it's what I personally would call the spiritual successor to EverQuest. As they did have an EverQuest 2, and the original EverQuest is still out there to play. I mean, it's just so ancient at this point. I mean, the original EverQuest came out in like 1999, I think, and then somewhere in the 2000s, like late 2000s, just before 2010, somewhere in that range, they did EverQuest 2, which was just, it wasn't quite the same. I played it for a little while, but nowhere near as long as I played the original EverQuest. And I was really, really excited about this game coming out because of Brad McQuaid being a part of the development team for it and kind of spearheading it once again, like he had done with EverQuest back in the day. And I was really hoping to kind of like re-experience some of the things that made EverQuest great. But it seems like since his passing, this team has decided to go a pretty significant different direction with, at least with the graphic style. I'm going to give it some time because I've heard after you kind of get over the shock of the graphics changing, people are still enjoying the game fairly well. That being said, though, the majority of the guild that I was involved with, they don't really seem to play hardly anymore at all. So I guess we'll just have to kind of see how this goes. But this is also a significantly slower MMO than what most people are used to in these days. I mean, it's based off of kind of the old school gameplay, so it's very much just kind of like stand here and beat on things. When you set down, you're actually healing at a faster rate. I kind of lucked out where it looks like I'm assuming this is a ranger. I don't know what class he actually is at the moment. He's either a ranger or a druid. I'm not for sure which. I can't remember if they actually put druids in the game over here or not, but druids were a thing in the original EverQuest. There's really nasty stuff up on that hill that I don't want to deal with. This game kind of goes back to the old school concept of building skills as well, which I much prefer over what things like World of Warcraft has turned into, where they basically just don't even have weapon skill and stuff anymore. I mean, it's a minor thing, but I mean, it's still just, it's what the old school games, what the feel was about in those games, and I don't like it when they start yanking stuff out of the games. It's like everything about World of Warcraft is just kind of like going completely the opposite direction of what I think a good MMO is these days. Yeah, this camera thing is going to drive me absolutely nuts, though. I'm sure I'm not even the one watching it, and it's driving me nuts. So I'm sure it's not great for everyone else either at the moment. I'll probably be switching over to Throne and Liberty fairly soon. I just kind of wanted to give some people a little bit of look at this, since they had finally lifted the NDA on it, where you can actually kind of show it off. And there's not really many people streaming this game currently. Like there was about 8 or 10 people. Most of them only had like 1 viewer each. One of the creative developers for the game, Joppa, does a live stream for this game. It looks like he might be doing it like every day of the week right now, but he does it a little earlier in the day, and he's talking about some of the development cycle and things that they're getting prepared for the early access launch in December. As you can tell, the combat's, pretty rudimentary. This is it definitely takes after old school EverQuest. Has a lot of the same sounds, even to some extent. When they first started this, it actually had the old school, like, really annoying sound from maybe better Dark Mirror models. The only thing that you mentioned about Dark Mirror was that they were going to improve the look of the female Dark Mirror a little bit. But I think this is just the graphics. Like, I don't think they're going to be making that big of an improvement on stuff. It is really disappointing, in my opinion, is, like I said, graphics are a pretty significant portion of a game. You can't really do something where the graphics are insanely good but the gameplay is terrible. The game won't necessarily do well, but you can't do it the other way either. You can't have a phenomenal game where graphics are just complete ass and think it's going to be adopted really well by a lot of people. So I'm interested to see how things change as time goes on, and see if they kind of revert maybe a little bit on the graphics capabilities for the game, or I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what their plan is, but I am not currently happy with this change. It's a very slow game pace compared to WoW. Also, just for those of you that are tuning in, it's your healing is a lot slower. I don't know if they've actually added food or anything like that you can grab and eat where you heal faster, but I mean the healing rate's just kind of poking along. You do get the benefit for sitting down and resting, which will allows you to heal a little bit faster than just standing. Generally, when you're in combat, unless you have some sort of a regen ability on you, either a buff from another player or a piece of gear that offers regeneration, you don't really regen health in combat. I'm actually not even sure what their end is going to be, like their end game, I should say, as far as this testing session. I don't know if they're going to do a full reset on people when the early access comes out, or if you're playing now and you're leveling, you'll keep that when you move on to the early access. I don't know what the plan is there. I also don't know what their goal is going to be because they haven't really officially said what's up with it. I think at this point they're just trying to get money any way that they possibly can and try to get some stuff, you know, kind of finished out. I think that's why they made the graphics change in general, because it was just taking them way too long to make new content, and they couldn't get any serious funding or anything like that. I think losing Brad McQuaid from the project probably cost them a fair bit of money, to be honest. I'm sure there were some people that were backing it specifically because he was involved. I mean, to be honest, that's 100% why I did it. Nell and I were talking one day several years back, and I told her I was getting to the point where I was getting done with MMOs because they just sucked. She's like, well, what would be a good MMO? And I was like, if Brad McQuaid was involved in it, it would be a good MMO. So then she sends me this link for this game, and she's like, I found a game that Brad McQuaid is working on. I didn't even have any idea he was doing anything because it had been so long. And so I immediately backed the game and was really happy with the absolute early access to the game that I had, you know, because I was able to get in right away. I think when I actually pledged into the game, it was, I don't know, roughly a week later when they were having their next play session. So I was actually able to get in and play. So that was pretty neat. But yeah, like I said, I think when they lost him off of the team, that they probably had a lot of people that were backing or considering backing that probably changed their minds, and that's why they kind of push towards trying to get some more content out faster. Because I mean, that's the big thing with MMOs these days. It's like building an MMO in the background is a lot of time. You have to spend a whole lot of time and a whole lot of money to get a new MMO off the ground. I mean, it's a good 8 to 10 year venture from, hey, we're gonna make this thing happen, to it actually coming out and launching. It is not a fast process at all. And I don't think most people understand that. They're probably starting to understand it now with like the concept of like Ashes of Creation. I mean, how long have people been talking about Ashes of Creation, and you know, the game still isn't out yet? That's just because it's an MMO, and it takes a long time to build these worlds and build the lore, and you know, kind of get all the quests and everything built up, and to play test it and make sure it's, you know, remotely reasonable to play on launch. It's a long time coming. So it's yeah, old school. That was old school EverQuest vibes. Joppa did mention today in the stream that he was doing today that they were still going to have the surname system from what EverQuest had back in the day, which was essentially in EverQuest, once you reached level 20 with a character, you could put in a GM ticket, and a GM would actually come out to you, to wherever you were in the game, and award your character with a surname. So when you created your character, you have just your name, and then you hit level 20, contact a GM, they come out and they give you a last name. You know, you get to pick it and they award it to you, and it's kind of like a personal one-on-one experience, you know, with a GM from the game, which is just not something that you see in games anymore. I mean, there was a small brief period that WoW had GMs that actually made appearances. I don't even know if GMs still really exist in WoW or not. I mean, to some extent, I think they do, but not like they did early on. And you would occasionally see a GM in WoW in the early time, but not like you did in this game. In this game, or well, I should say in EverQuest. In EverQuest, the GMs would actually create events. So you would just randomly be playing one day, and then during prime time, they would just start up an event. The majority of the time, they weren't even announced. Like, you heard it through word of mouth. You would talk to somebody, and they'd be like, oh my god, there's a GM event going on in, you know, XYZ zone, get over there quick. And some GM has spawned in a dragon and taken over it and is just running around killing people, and the goal is to get enough people there to kill the dragon, and then it drops some, some loot or, something along those lines. And, it's just an experience. They had a lot of, RP going on in the chat and stuff like that, which was, it was just a different experience for games. I've never really been into the role-playing, per se side of these style of games. I know there's a lot of people out there that get into that. It's never really been my thing, but there was definitely something neat about, being in a zone and partaking in a unique event that was driven by the people who run the game and then the players. Like, that's just, like EverQuest or World of Warcraft doesn't do anything like that, not even remotely close, and they never really have. And I really feel like that's one of those things that's lost. I feel like the concept of having a GM presence on the server is a huge deal, and more games should really get into that. But yeah, this game also requires that you are in a group in order to really do much here. You get sent to prison in WoW. I don't even think they do that kind of stuff anymore. They just ban you. Not worth the trouble anymore. I mean, and to be fair, that's somewhat reasonable. I mean, like, why should you really have a GM presence and have an experience for people that are breaking the rules, you know? Yeah, they definitely had things like that in old school EverQuest. I do remember back when I played the original EverQuest, I was actually in what they called the guide program, which it was essentially, I don't know if I even really want to say that you worked for the company. I can't remember if this was still while Variant Interactive had it, or if this was after Sony had pretty much taken over. But they had a system that you would apply to join, and you had to have been playing the game for X amount of time. You had to know stuff about the game, had to answer a bunch of questions on the application. And then if your application got selected, you became a guide, which was essentially someone that could answer troubleshooting tickets. So anytime, like in World of Warcraft, if you submit a ticket because you're stuck or because you lost a piece of gear, or whatever reason that you interact with people or with the with the designers of the game, the first step in EverQuest was talking to a guide. So the guide would answer the tickets and kind of contact you directly and in an actual whisper, instead of just responding to your ticket. And then it's like, how many times have you put in a ticket for a game and just really wish you could just talk to someone to kind of explain what the problem is, because you're going back and forth in these tickets that you'll answer it immediately, and then it may take hours or days, or in some cases even months, for an admin to get back to you and be like, oh yeah, okay, so here's the thing, and then you quickly respond and then have to wait forever to get a response again. In original EverQuest, you would have a guide that would actually contact you through whispers as soon as they got the ticket and be like, hey, so I see you're having an XYZ problem, what's going on? And they would collect more information. You would have that kind of like one-on-one experience with someone that was a representative of the developer. And then if it was something that they could take care of, oh, you're stuck in a position, yeah, sure, I can get you unstuck. So they go to the spot, you would go to the person, verify that they were in fact stuck, use your admin powers to move out of the stuck area and then summon them to you, and it's like poof, okay, problem solved. You're unstuck, you're safe. Now, there's been some benefits that, you know, games have gotten over time. You know, you can just use a /stuck command now, fixes that problem. Generally don't have a whole lot of issues with using /stuck, because a lot of times they'll just teleport you back to, you know, some specific point in a random city somewhere or something like that. So sure, you're out a little bit of time having to run back to wherever you were, but hey, it gets you, you know, out of being stuck pretty easily. And you don't have to wait for someone to, you know, go through a ticketing process to get to you, because while it was nice that they had guides back in the day, there were a lot of tickets going in, but I mean, there was still a wait time. So sometimes you'd have to wait 30-40 minutes for a guide to get to you, just because they were busy answering a lot of other questions for other people, and, you know, you're just going through a ticketing system. So not having to wait for that kind of stuff is nice. But if you have a, you know, a bigger problem that's more of an issue, it's like, oh hey, we're having issue with loot, you know, like we're not getting loot drops, or one of the kind of famous ones that some of you guys may have heard Warfarin talk about from time to time, which is there was a really good set of armor in a zone called Khazak-Thul back in the day in EverQuest, and if there was a druid in wolf form, they could loot the gear, they could loot the items off of any creature. It, like you guys could see when I looted this item back here, you kind of like bend over and look into the corpse essentially. So like my character is like bent over, like, hey, I'm looting this or interacting with it or something. Back in the day, the wolf form didn't give any sort of animation, so people could just, in wolf form, could run up to a corpse and click on it, and it didn't give any indicator that that person was interacting with the corpse. They also could loot the items out of it, and because they were in wolf form, it didn't display to the party that any items had been looted. So it was a common tactic for druids to just get in a party for rubicite armor and fight, you know, do all their stuff in wolf form, because you could fight in the form, and then they would just ninja loot the gear and no one had any idea. So that would be that, you know, that's something that ended up getting tickets opened to, like, hey, you know, we're killing this boss and it's not dropping any loot, what the hell's going on? You know, so, you know, you had to have a guide that went out there and kind of tried to check out the situation and, you know, things along those lines. And then obviously that is beyond a guide's capability, so then they would escalate the ticket up and send it off to a GM who was actually a, you know, paid employee of the company at the time, and then they would start looking into it back in, get engineers involved, figure out what the problem was, and eventually they tracked down where the issue was coming from, which was that when you were looting in wolf form, it wasn't displaying that any loot had been picked up. So they just fixed that problem, and that issue quickly went away. But it, you know, it's just one of those kind of like funny, weird little things that happened, that it's like, that's one of those things where you want to talk to somebody. It's like, what the hell's going on here? This doesn't make any sense. I need some sort of an explanation, and having to wait a month to get a reply back from a GM is not really something that I want to do. You know, it's like, I want to talk to somebody right now. Why are we not getting loot? You know, we've been, because in EverQuest, the whole concept was you go to a certain area and you sit there and you farm, or, you know, it was like one of the early usage of camping, which was essentially you would just go to an area where a rare mob spawned, and we could say, like, for example, this yellowback hornet is a placeholder for like a, I don't know, whatever, you know, Mega Hornet 1.0, whatever, and you just kill this dude over and over and over, and there's a small chance that every time he respawns that he'll respawn as the rare creature. Well, the rare creature always drops loot. It either drops a common piece of loot or a rare piece of loot. So it's kind of like a double hit on random. There is, you're sitting here killing this creature over and over and over, hoping that the rare one spawns, and then you kill the rare spawn, hoping that it drops the rare item that it drops. Which, you know, back in the day in Khazak-Thul, the rubicite armor was the rare armor. So yeah, when it was not dropping any items at all, that's what people knew was what was going. Like, there's something wrong here, because the rare names always drop either the common or the rare item, and it's pretty much always the same item, you know, they, as a rule, most of the mobs only had one common item and then one rare item. So it was always item A or item B. And, you know, so you knew you were going to get one of those two things whenever you killed the creature, and then when it wasn't dropping anything at all, it's like, okay, you know, something weird is going on here. So yeah, I mean, and you know, so that was just the basic concept for how this loot was done back in the day. And so, you know, you knew something was going on, and being able to talk to somebody and say, hey, you know, it's not like in WoW where, you know, one of the options for loot is just no loot. So it's like, oh well, you know, maybe, you know, like I got this rare named creature, or, you know, we killed this boss or whatever, and I really wanted the horseman mount, but he didn't drop it. So it's like that wasn't the way it was back in EverQuest. You always had a loot drop. But yeah, the guide system was pretty interesting, and one of the introductory into the guide system. So when you were a guide, it was always on a server that you didn't play on. You couldn't have any played characters on those servers, and the only character that you could have was your guide character. You logged in, you know, to the server, created it however you wanted it to be, and you know, named it, you know, got the look for it, picked whatever race, you know, class you wanted to be, whatever. It was all just kind of a little on the pointless side, to be honest. But then you registered the name of the character, and then they went through this little kind of induction thing into the game. I'm probably gonna die to this freaking toad here, but yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'll get it. We'll see. Seems to be having as many problems hitting me as I was hitting him, but this is kind of wrapping back around to the whole jail concept, as they had this like induction into the guide program where they would always take your character somewhere and kill you. And it was kind of funny because I remember when I got inducted into the guide program, the GM that was supposed to be doing the induction ceremony was running a little late. So we had another guide that was there that was kind of like a head guide, or, you know, like they'd been doing it for a long time, and they were just kind of entertaining a couple of us while we were waiting to be inducted in. And they were kind of teaching us some of the commands for being able to teleport around and stuff, because, you know, our characters had already been been authorized as guides. So they were teaching us some of the commands that we technically shouldn't have known at that point. And I remember when the GM finally got on, part of the induction process would he would take us into the prison area, into a cube that was just full of water. So the whole concept was that was supposed to be kind of like your baptism or whatever into the guide system, which is they would pull all the new people in there, the new, you know, guide trainees, and they would kill your character, so you would lose all of your like introductory items and stuff like that. And I remember when they pulled us all in there, I quickly teleported out of the place because I was like, oh, this is bullshit. So I teleported back in, and then the GM actually thought it was pretty funny because, you know, as a rule, you haven't been taught any of the teleport commands at that point, but I was the only one that actually thought to teleport out of the place. So he actually had to remove my my teleport capability. He took the ability away from me for a little while, and then pulled me back into the place and rooted me in place so I couldn't move at all. And he's like, "No, you're gonna die." So it was pretty funny experience, kind of dealing with that. But yeah, so, and then, you know, once you got into that, it was kind of it was a rough labor situation, because you basically had to do 10 hours of work a week. You had to sit around, you know, like you had to dedicate 10 hours out of your week. You could pick windows in which you wanted to work. If you wanted to do, I can't remember if you could actually set up and do 10 hours in one day or not, but they had like windows. I seem to recall them being like 4-hour windows, where you would just be like, yeah, during this window I will be here and I will answer, you know, I'll answer tickets and do things and you know, and do some work. And so for 10 hours a week, and you had to do this every week, so 40 or 50 hours depending on if you had 4 weeks or 5 weeks in that particular month, and what you got out of it was free, like free membership to the game. So you didn't have to pay the monthly fee to play. So back in that point, that was when EverQuest was still like $9.99 a month. So I was essentially working 50 hours a week in some cases for $10. And and I mean, it was still considered work. I mean, you had to do the schedule. If you didn't show up for the schedules, they would allow you like one a month, I think, where you could miss a scheduled day. But if you started getting too many missed windows that you were supposed to work, they would kick you out of the guide program, and then you'd kind of get a bad mark on your account, so you couldn't get back into the guide program. Like you couldn't, if you're ever kicked out, you couldn't reapply. So yeah, it was like I said, it was an interesting experience. The guides used to get to be able to be involved in the world events that would go on. Sometimes you would get to control a character or something like that and run around and lay some smack down on some people that were playing. I never actually got to do that part of it. By the time I had gotten into it, the GM events were becoming less and less frequent. It just wasn't a thing that they were doing as much. I guess they determined that they were spending too much money on GMs and didn't want them working quite as frequently. So they essentially would hire fewer of them and then just make the ones that they had do more work. Because originally you had a specific GM that was assigned to your server. So generally, if you were working with a situation or something like that, you would always deal with the same GM. And then at some point they started making it to where one GM was across multiple servers. And I think that's when the guide program was taking off really well, because they realized, hey, for $10 a month, we can just employ a whole bunch of people that can answer the majority of these tickets. And Inky, that's hilarious. That's what they used to call dark elves back in the day, Inkies. That's a dark mirror though, not a dark elf, but yeah. It was a much different experience than what you get out of the average MMO these days. The average MMO these days have almost no interaction with, with developer or just staff of the in any real shape, form, or fashion. Best case scenario is something like with World of Warcraft, where you have the ticketing system, and on the off chance that you don't get a generated response coming back, and you actually get to have a minor conversation through essentially email with someone. So the fact that they are at least still doing that kind of content here is nice, because it is definitely a part of MMOs that seem to have been lost on all other MMOs that are out there. No one else really does that currently. And once again, for those of you that are kind of hopping in and checking things out, I apologize for the camera. It's some sort of a weird issue has popped up with my camera, just specifically on this stream, so it is very latent for some reason, and I would have to absolutely shut the stream down and troubleshoot it to figure out the problem with it. So it's something that I will have to take care of before streaming tomorrow. And I will, I've been working on my review for Once Human today. I have pretty much officially quit playing the game. I went ahead and did a full uninstall on the game. It's so bad. That game is so bad. I cannot honestly suggest people go and play that game, try it out, even with it being free to play. Avoid it at all costs. But I'll have a review up for that on my YouTube channel sometime in the near future. Oh shit, wasn't even paying attention to my health. The rain's kind of nice. Kind of reminds me a little bit of old school EverQuest. Yeah, I really wanted Once Human to be a good game. Like I was really really trying to go to bat for those guys and really hoping the game would do really well, but it was just a disaster from basically from start to finish. Oh, and I lost my buffs too. That sucks. This thing keeps healing. I'm not understanding what's causing it to heal. Go find a vendor and sell the crap in my inventory. I don't know if I actually have access to one here. Yeah. Well, it looks like that you can actually drag some of this stuff around. I was gonna say I'm not real pleased with the placing for the targeting stuff, but it's like you can actually just grab it and move it. And they have one, they've got one box for friendly targeting, it looks like, because this is targeting self here, and then one box for hostile targeting. Like, I can't even click on that to lock it, so not a fan of that. Monk scrolls. That sounds like a thing I should want. Do I actually have any? 4 copper. Be a little outside of my price range at the moment. Oh wow, they went an extra step in money here. They took it up to mithril. I remember first playing EverQuest and thinking that I would never see a platinum because they were just so rare. And it's just like this basic inflation of the game after so long. It got really bad. I don't know. I don't even know if they're doing that anymore, to be honest. I haven't heard much about it. So there doesn't really seem to be any. Off that. I really don't like how you can just climb everything. But yeah, I mean, like you can just walk over here and just. It's not actually climbing for some reason on that, but you can just like walk over here and just climb up this wall. Like, okay, I'm apparently Spider-Man. I don't think they have a good way to climb up on that roof, unfortunately, but funny. Probably almost exactly why the windows are designed the way they are, so you couldn't climb up there. Yeah, I hope they kind of still go that route, but I mean, I guess we'll see as time goes on. The only problem that I see with like mount taming and stuff is I just don't know like what the real benefit behind mount taming would be, other than I don't know, like mount taming seems like one of those things where it's just not really that impressive if they put it in the game, because it almost never fails that there's going to be exactly one kind of mount that you want, or you know, it's like there is going to be a abyss thing, and that's what you go after, and nothing else matters. Do we have swimming yet, or are we just walking in water still? No, walking over it. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I know they're adding swimming, and the really sad part about it is they actually had swimming in the earlier parts of the like the pre-alpha. You could swim. Like the very first time I played, I think you actually walked under the water instead of on top of it. I honestly can't remember, but at some point they did actually add the swimming in, and then now they've taken it back out for some reason. They do have the harvesting system seems to be working, at least to some extent. I've seen harvestable plants. I've seen one harvestable tree, and then I've also seen some mining nodes as well. Very blue tree or something over here. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, kind of interesting. I need to find my way back to that little town, see if I can find a vendor and sell off some of this crap that I've been carrying so I can come back and buy some more skills. I'd probably die a little less frequently if I actually had abilities to use. So there is this is something that's pretty unique to this style of MMO as well, is it has a tiny bit of survival system in it. So you actually have a food and a water meter, and you have to actually keep those full, or well, not necessarily full, but you have to keep something in them. And that's pretty uncommon for MMOs these days. I'm honestly not completely for certain how much I care for that. Because it's basically just a timer saying that you have to go back to town every so often. Because most people, and it seems like this one is doing it this way already as well, which is that if you have the stuff in your inventory, then your character just eats it automatically. There's a harvesting metal node over there. Oh, actually, there's one right here too. But anyways, that like you just put the items in your inventory. You don't even have to mess with them. You just go and buy them, stick them in your inventory, and then you just forget about it. So it basically just ends up being, how much inventory space do you want to waste with carrying food and water? And I don't know. It was an interesting concept the first time I played the game. I definitely feel like after playing other MMOs that's probably one of those things that could just go away and I don't care about. Another thing that was big about EverQuest, which looks like they're still continuing with this game, is you don't have repair bills. So when you die, you're like, there's no durability on gear, so you don't have to worry about dying so much that you break your shit and whatnot. You can just die as much as you want to. Your gear doesn't break. Now the negative in this style of game is instead of having gear loss, you have XP loss. So kind of a double-edged sword for some people. Some people like that idea better. I personally do. I always hated the concept of having to repair gear because you were dying. To me, it just always seemed like a really stupid system. So I'm actually kind of happy that they went with the old school system of XP loss. At least I'm under the impression that that's what they are doing. The last time that I played, XP loss was in the game. You didn't start experiencing it until you were like level 5, I believe, was the cutoff for it. And then if you were lower level than 5, then there was no XP loss. So there's a jewel crafter. Interesting. Still don't necessarily understand how I sell stuff. Oh, go away. Lifetime trade, what does that mean? Interesting. I wonder if that's somehow something to do with you trade back and forth with this dude so much, and you unlock that 4th tab up there. Maybe. Not sure exactly how that'll work, but. That guy doesn't want to have anything to do with me at all. Yeah, the old EverQuest had a system on it for faction as opposed to rep from games like World of Warcraft, and the faction system was essentially across every city, and some cities would have many different factions in them, as opposed to things that you see in like EverQuest, I'm sorry, in World of Warcraft, where it's just like, oh yeah, you get one thing of rep will rep you up with this whole group of people. Yeah, I really don't understand how you sell stuff currently. Oh wait, probably help if I paid attention. So alt right click is selling. There we go. What is this? Ground shield. I'm a monk. I don't use shields. Yeah, so there's food and water. They just set in my inventory and take up space. So, sell off all that crap, and that got me up to almost 8 silver. So now I can go back to that monk starting area and actually buy some skills. Maybe there's one in here. Oh, cool. They brought the banker system back. Yeah, banking is, you literally can actually deposit your money into the bank. I will have to see in this game, but it looks like weight carry does include money. That was a big thing in EverQuest as well, is when you were, especially as a monk, you had to keep under a certain weight limit in order to be at the maximum performance level of a monk. I can't remember if it lowered your armor or if it lowered your attack or both. But you got some pretty nasty negatives as a monk for being over, I believe it was 20 pounds. So you had that included all armor that you were wearing and everything. So it was it was a little devastating, which was really nice later on in the game when they started releasing like for certain quest events that you could do, or certain bosses or creatures that you would kill, or I think one of them you actually just went and purchased them from a vendor. But you could get bags that had 0 weight to them, or like really tiny amounts of weight, like 0.1 pounds or stones or whatever you wanted to call it back in the day. I don't think they actually put a definition next to it. But then, so the bag would be super light, and then it would significantly reduce the amount of weight of things that were in them. So they like a lot of the high-end bags that monks would use would be anywhere between 80 and 100% weight reduction of the items that were in the bag. And then one of the things that monks always kept was there was a money pouch that you would get that would reduce the weight of all the money that you were carrying, because otherwise you just had to constantly go back to town and dump all of your stuff off, or you would be less of a useful character because you were carrying too much junk. And I think it was the only class in the game that actually had that negative. I don't think there were any other classes that had negatives from carrying. Yeah, Pal World kind of had an issue with that. I mean, a lot of survival craft games run with weight issues, to be honest. Oh, well, there's a horse. I wonder if you have a vendor where you can like buy these, or if they're just there to let you check them out. In EverQuest, it was a significant amount of time into the game before they actually came out with mounts, and the mounts it was such an unruly system in the game that most people didn't even use them because they tried to see what's another game. I think the Lord of the Rings MMO ended up doing something similar, but they essentially had they kind of had inertia to them. So like when it would take a little while before the mount would get to its maximum speed, so you'd have to start running and it would start out slow and move faster and faster. And then stopping was the same thing. It wasn't like in WoW where you're just like, you're holding W and you just let go and boom, your mount just stops. You actually had to give it an amount of time to slow down. Not quite villains. Interesting character names here. The game actually has a little bit of liveliness to it, considering the fact that it's in pre-alpha. There's like 6 servers, and this one was a low pop server, and I mean, even being low level, I'm not having problems finding other random people being out here. So this the whole area has changed so much since the first time I played. I don't know my way around at all. I don't even have any idea how to get back to the area where the monks were at to be able to buy more skills. I'm wanting to think it was back across the bridge somewhere, that over here is the wrong way to be. One of the kind of interesting things about these games compared to other MMOs as well is the fact that stuff changes at nighttime. So, like in WoW, everything about the area that you're fighting in is the same, whether it's day or night. But in this game, the nighttime will actually cause different types of creatures to spawn. So you, like this bat, for example, maybe it may be either a nighttime only animal, or it could be an animal that's just far more frequent at nighttime. And then the other big one is skeletons. I've noticed that they have skeletons in this game, so the skeletons will actually pretty much only spawn at night. I mean, there's places that you can find them, usually around certain types of ruins and stuff like that. But yeah, the concept of dynamic spawning based on the day or night time, and then I don't know if they have the dynamic weather in the game right now or not, but I'm sure that if they're doing dynamic spawning for day and night time, just like EverQuest did, they will probably do dynamic weather spawning. So if you got like a thunderstorm, you'll maybe have different types of creatures that will spawn compared to when there's no storm going on, or maybe certain types of creatures will spawn in the fog, for example. I honestly am not for sure what their plan is for the dynamic weather anymore, because they were making some really impressive leaps with this when they were doing the old graphic system, and then now that they're doing the new graphic system, it's like it set them back a pretty significant amount. So they don't seem to have any sort of weather system or anything going on here currently. So I feel like I'm running in circles. Right, this is some sort of a the priest. Really good naming convention going on here, I see. Yeah, still don't know what I think about these graphics. don't think it's down this way, because I've only passed by these horses once, and I've been into this town a couple of times at this point. I think it's funny that they still have a lot of your skills and stuff are learned by scrolls. I would have assumed that they would have actually gotten it attached to the levels by this point. This is new and interesting. Means I have not been over here yet. I am in the wrong place. Right. Yep. They're not friendly. And I suppose that's one way to get back to my spawn point is just go and attack something I shouldn't be fighting, get killed, and it'll teleport me back. At least for another couple levels anyways. The other big thing about EverQuest was as well, which I seem to recall they were going back and forth on whether or not they were going to do it in this game or not, which was the concept of corpse runs. So previously in EverQuest, whenever you died, you had to go back to wherever your corpse was to get your stuff. And unlike World of Warcraft, where you have graveyards and it just spawns you at the nearest graveyard, so, you know, everything is just super easy and simple and no big deal. Now this looks like it could be a ruins that the undead would spawn around, like from EverQuest era. Just kind of like stones with an eerie kind of glow to them. I don't know if that's actually what's going on here, but like more like a mage thing currently. Ooh. Well, we're zoning places here. It's a wizard portal of some sort. Mage portal, whatever you want to call it. Oh, where has my monk home gone? Oh, that. Huh. Charmed training golem, huh? Wonderful. Be some sort of aqueduct up there. Probably should have paid closer attention to where I was going previously. Alright, we got thugs here. They are not friendly. So this is an interesting concept as well, is you can tell whether or not things will attack you and their approximate level to you based on considering, or this was an old thing from like super old RPGs. This is a thing from before when I first started playing RPGs, and I think EverQuest was probably the last game that I played that actually had this system in it. But the system is /consider, or you can just target something and press the C key. Oh, I pissed it off. And when you press the C key, it will give you this thing here where it says Shadowy Thug is prepared to attack you. that means they're aggressive, and this thing's like fucking me up. But that means that it's aggressive when it says it's ready to attack you, and then the color of it is what determines their level. So if it's when you consider something, if it's white, that means it's the same level that you are. If it's the dark blue color, then it means it's a lower level than you, but within a couple of levels all the way up to the level directly below you. And then yellow meant that it was at least one level above you and up to, you know, a couple 2 to 3 levels above you. They've added some other colors. The orange was not previously there. The red meant that they were 5 or more levels above you previously. So I don't know what the orange means here. I'm assuming that it is some point between yellow and red is just my standard guess there, but I don't know what the actual number is representing. So that's a level 2 skill that I don't have. That one's level 4. I don't have it yet, but I'm not high enough level to use it either, so not really necessary. Kinos Guard. So Kinos was a city in the original EverQuest, and if you actually read the name backwards, it's Sony EQ. That's how they came up with the name. Sony EQ, and just flipped it backwards, and that's where the name came from. So I guess this means that they intend for, oh wait. Now this was actually something that I learned from just fighting, so that's interesting. Interesting, okay. Another big thing about old school EverQuest as well was the fact that you really had to do grouping in the game. Trying to solo was just not how you do things. And you can solo for the first couple of levels. I think in the early builds of this game, I was soloing up till around level 7 or so. And then it just got to be so slow that you're just like, why am I playing this again? That's kind of one of the negatives about these styles of games. I really liked the concept for it because it kind of made you have to have a decent reputation on your server. Because if your reputation was shitty, if you were an asshole, or, you know, just you got a bad rap on your server for whatever reason, well, people knew who you were and they wouldn't invite you to groups, which basically means you can't play anymore because you can't solo, content past a certain point with any reliability whatsoever. Certain classes could do it, but most classes could not solo. And so yeah, it made it really difficult for people who were just giant dicks to be able to play the game. So it was kind of like a self-policing system. So I do kind of like that concept. But the big negative about it was just trying to get into just a group at all. Like that was always part of your day. So, like now when you play WoW or something like that, you got 30 minutes, no big deal. Just go sit down and play some WoW, go kill stuff, go do whatever, and you're fine. You can do something in 30 minutes. In this game, for example, part of your 30-minute window is going to be finding a group. And back in the old EverQuest days, spending 30 minutes looking for a group, especially a good one that you really wanted to be a part of, that's not really uncommon. So this game does require, will most likely require a lot more of an open window for playtime, which I'm perfectly fine with because I've done this stuff before and, you know, I kind of know what I'm getting into, but I kind of feel like it may be a little new player unfriendly for that reason, just for the simple fact that people are probably not going to be, oh, you know, sorry, I just I just thought about the possible reason that could be causing my camera to be really shitty right now. Run back up here and make one little change and see if it fixes it. Or actually, no, I didn't end up doing anything with that. No. So yeah, unfortunately it looks like camera's just gonna be borked until tomorrow. No, something caused the camera to go through a massive reset. I don't know what the problem is. I thought it was when I added another scene, because I was going to add another scene specifically for just like a large version of the camera, but then I ended up not doing it. And I thought maybe when I did that I messed up something with the camera, but the fact that the camera is just being super latent for no reason whatsoever, it's either there's some sort of a shitty Windows update that needs to be done because, you know, Windows sucks and it's causing this to happen, or something else has, like the Logitech software has caused some sort of reset, or I don't know. Like I said, I'll have to wait until the stream's over tonight and mess around with it and see if I can't get it fixed. But it's absolutely ridiculous that you can't log off of your computer, log back into it the next day, and everything just works the way it did before. It's like, where did we get to in you know, a point in history? What was the crossing point that we got into where we decided that computers should not function the way that they always have, which was reliably? Hey Desluck, thanks for getting in and chatting. Yeah, a similar experience for you with working with computers. Yeah, it seems to be the thing these days. Nothing works like it should. Are you a follower of Pantheon, or did you just see the game and decide to see the stream and decide to pop in and check it out? Yeah, it's like I said, I want to get away from Streamlabs and just use OBS, but I'm waiting on a certain someone that shall remain anonymous to finish up the stuff. So. Oh yeah, so with your pledge level, will you be able to get in when the game goes early access in December? Is that what you're waiting on? I don't want to mess with you right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't for sure how all of this stuff is set up with with access. So I think that's the same. I think that's the same pledge level that Nelfy pledged in it at. So it looks like you can probably get your account set up Nelfy and play as well. We can run around in duo together. Yeah, the game's very kind of upside down right now with you know, with how things are done, because they're working on getting the patch out for the early access version. So there's no guarantee that anything you're even watching now will be valid in 4 weeks' time. This game has gone through a lot of iterations already. So did you play EverQuest back in the day, or will this be your first time into a game of this nature? Ashran's Call. That was the game I was trying to think about like 2 or 3 streams ago when I was talking about older MMOs that I had played. Ashran's Call was the game. That's hilarious. Yeah, Ashran's Call was an interesting game. The vassal system in it was really entertaining. And that was back in the era when myself and Warfrin, one of the other guys that pops in here from time to time and chats and channel, the two of us played that game back in the day, and that was back when you could actually still you could sell digital items on eBay. So we would actually go and collect stuff up in that game and then post it up on eBay and sell it. we were old school gold farmers. It didn't last very long into that game before eBay got away from being able to sell digital content, but it was interesting days back then. Kind of an interesting looking snake there. Yeah, Ashran's Call was really cool. I really loved the system that they used for. I hated that people figured out how to get around it, but the way that you used to have to learn your skills. You use those, like, I think they were called tapers or something like that, but they were different colored ones, and you have to have certain amounts of different colors in a specific order in order to learn a skill. Yeah, spell research. And unfortunately, it was allegedly different for every player, but someone figured out the algorithm that they used for it and was able to crack it, and then you could just go to a website, and I think it was based off of your character's name is what caused it, but you could just, there was a website you could go to and input some information, and it would tell you exactly how to do all your research. And it was, I was sad when they ended up doing that. Of course, I used it because, you know, who wants to do the research the hard way when everybody's doing it the easy way? But yeah, that was something that was very unique about that game. Yeah, actually, that sounds familiar. Yeah, I guess it wasn't a website back in the day. It was definitely a program. You didn't have quite as many websites with applets and stuff running that was as big of a deal. I started playing MMOs with Ultima Online very late into Ultima Online, but that was the first one that I played. And they had a program for that game called UO Assist that basically played a lot of stuff in the game for you. It was essentially like a early concepts of botting, and it really kind of changed the game, and just I don't know, it made the game lose some of its luster when that kind of stuff gets in there. Yeah. Yeah, the vassal system was actually really interesting as well. I remember like people were really hardcore about wanting to get into doing that stuff, and there was Warfarin was doing that back in the day. Like he had a specific guy that he was a vassal for, and the guy really wanted to be like the highest level person in the game. So he actually made a deal with Warfarin, and he paid him by the hour to play his character and level it, so that a portion, because a portion of that XP would actually go up, to the higher ups and give them XP. So he was earning XP at such a fast rate, he was actually reasonably leveling the dude above him. So the guy was like, hey, if you keep up doing this, I'll pay you, like, I think he was paying him like $10 an hour, which was pretty significant back in that day, to level. No, it was not a PvP server. Yeah, we didn't do PvP, which was kind of more of the weird part about it. I could definitely have understood that a lot more had it been a PvP server. Yeah, I was actually talking about that earlier in this stream, about how EverQuest used to do that as well. They would have GM run events, and they've actually done them in this game. One of the earlier pre-alpha sessions, they had we actually have some pictures of them that I will probably try to post up. I want to make sure and get an okay with the company. That I know they've lifted the NDA for current stuff, but I don't know if that goes back to like previous graphics and all that kind of stuff, because I know that's a big thing about the game right now, where they've done this graphics overhaul to it, and a lot of people are really unhappy with it. So I don't know if they're trying to keep like the old graphics for this game kind of under wraps. So I need to find out and make sure that I'm not going to get myself in trouble from showing older pictures from the early pre-alphas for this game. But we actually got to partake in a GM run event. I guess it's been a couple of years ago at this point. Actually, I wonder if I can sell to that training vendor that was back there. It took me forever to figure out how to sell stuff in this game. Was it quite a few years ago? Yeah, I couldn't remember how long it's been. I was thinking it was after 2020, but like maybe even like 2021 or 2022, something like that, somewhere around that era. But yeah, I mean, this is a really nice throwback to old school games. Let's see. Yeah, I can sell here. I feel like an idiot running around for a vendor for all that time and literally could just sell to this dude. But yeah, I hope they keep up with the concept of having GM run events once the game starts getting bigger. You know, maybe have a couple of them, because like EverQuest was huge for GM run events, especially in the early day. and they had a big massive blowout in original EverQuest for like the last day of beta before the game actually went live. Photo timestamp is, oh, it was 2018. Jesus, I didn't realize it was that long ago. Yeah, we've been back in this project for for quite a while at this point. Ah, it healed on me. This might be bad. Ugh, trying to get back to the guard. I really wish they would just, especially at low level, when you died, if they would just bring you back with full health. I mean, for the, you know, the testing side of this anyways. I'm fine with stuff being all kinds of old school for oh wow, that dude's just bringing a pile of stuff up here. But yeah, I'm fine with things getting old school hardcore once it's live, but when you're doing the testing, I think I'd be fine with it just being a little more hop in and run kind of thing. Yeah, I think so. The follow. Did that not make any sound? Weird. To figure out what's going on with that. Yeah, I play quite a few different things. I kind of bounce around between MMOs and survival craft games, so depending on what you like, I may when you check back at other times. Yeah, I should do something. I'm actually kind of surprised it didn't even put it in chat, because normally it'll say in chat when somebody follows. It didn't add anything there. It was weird. Yeah, that can be the case sometimes, especially if you're out of practice. Through my experience, I don't know what your actual age is, but as you can tell by looking at me, I'm kind of getting up there as well. The big thing that I've found with that is it just really all depends on how much practice time you get in. So kids can spend a whole lot more time playing games than adults can the majority of the time. So you kind of get out of practice, and it's definitely one of those things that if you don't use it, you lose it. Yeah, you're a little bit past me, but not that much. I still like to get in and play some first-person shooter games and stuff like that from time to time. I enjoy the head-to-head stuff fairly well, but for the most part, I generally prefer doing PvE games. But I mean, I've kind of always been that way. I'll play stuff like Battlefield and occasionally Call of Duty. I don't like the direction that Call of Duty has gone for the past, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, so I don't play it quite as much as I used to, but I still get in and play the Battlefield games whenever I can. Too many buttons, Nelfie? Yeah, until just recently, it's actually, it was right before I started getting into streaming. I've only been actively streaming for a little over a month at this point, so I'm still pretty new to it. But I was a raid lead for an active guild in WoW Classic for a few years, and then everybody just kind of got a little sick of of Cataclysm Classic, which was about the point that everybody seemed to start getting sick of WoW originally. But but yeah, we ended up deciding to call it quits with the guild, and I was like, well, now I've got all this extra free time from the ridiculous amount of time that I had to spend, you know, preparing for raids and, you know, making sure I was always on top of everything. It's like, what am I going to do with all this free time now? Because I mean, I was easily spending 40 or more hours a week doing stuff for raiding, and yeah, I was like, well, what am I going to do now? And somebody else suggested that I should get into streaming, so I decided to go with that route and kind of give it a shot. It's been pretty entertaining. So it's fun and interesting to get in and talk with new people that pop into the channel and talk about random stuff. But yeah, I'm Alright, I was answering a question for somebody within the game there. They were wanting to know when the game was when they were gonna wipe the test servers and do full launch, and it's like they haven't actually even started early access yet. It's like I don't see that happening anytime in the near future. I'll be interested to see how what kind of a method that they use for early access, because I mean, like, MMOs don't really seem to do an early access concept, especially with how these guys were intending to do like a real old school alpha system. I mean, like, most of the people, when you say a game is an alpha or beta, it's like the majority of people that are out there today don't even understand what that means. It's like they're like, oh, so you mean the game's going to come out in like 4 weeks? It's like, no, that is not what alpha means. That's not even what beta means. But so many development companies out there just throw up like, oh, the Call of Duty beta. It's like, that's not a beta, that's a stress test. The Call of Duty has never had a beta, not a public one anyways. So yeah, I'll be interested to see what they do with early access, if they are going to do something like essentially wipe the servers in December and then just say, hey, if you're playing from that point, that's just the live game. I'll be surprised calling it an early access system if they actually think they'll be able to get away with getting people to buy into it and then wiping all the servers at some point, a year or so down the road. Nope. There I go, not paying attention to health and just trying to mow through enemies. Doesn't work in this game. I'm not playing WoW. But yeah, I'll be interested to see what they do with early access for this game, because yeah, the way that people are used to early access now, where it's let's just take like Ark Survival Evolved, for example. I mean, that game was in early access for a year, but there was no wipes. Like, people are not going to be able to handle getting into an MMO, leveling up a character and collecting up gear and equipment, money and everything else, just to be like, oh yeah, well, it's official launch now, so we're wiping all the servers and everybody can start over. That is like, I think that'll be a disaster if they end up going that route. So I'm really interested to see what their plans are for that. I'm gonna have to start watching some more of Joppa's streams to see if I can piece together exactly what's going on. After Brad McQuaid passed away and was no longer part of this project anymore, I kind of stepped away from it for a while, because I'm like, I don't really know what direction these guys are going to go with it, or if the game is still even going to happen. Because of that, because I mean he was the focal point for this game. I mean the whole reason this game exists was because of him. So not having him there as the creative lead anymore, I was like, I just don't know how these guys are going to be able to to kind of really pull this game together and make it into what people expected out of what Brad McQuaid would have made it into. And I mean, honestly, I feel like they've already failed at that as it is. I mean, this game looks nothing like what it did when when I first got into backing it, and I'm really disappointed about that. And to be fair, if his name wasn't attached to this and I hadn't got into backing it before, I don't think I would back it right now, honestly. Just by looking at it, it doesn't look super appealing to me for what I was looking for out of the style of game that it's supposed to be. So I'll be interested to see how the graphics and stuff like that change as time goes, because like I've said, quite a few of the things, like supposedly these trees and stuff like that, are all kind of like placeholder graphics right now, where they're intending to put nicer looking things in here in the future. But I just don't care as much for this stylized, like cartoony graphics that the game runs currently. I liked the more realism look that they were going for before. I mean, even back in the day, original EverQuest, they were going for more of a realism concept compared to what a lot of other games out there were doing. And that was something that was really lost on EverQuest, in my opinion. Or sorry, lost on World of Warcraft, in my opinion, was they went with the more cartoony style graphics, and it didn't quite catch me as much as EverQuest did. So that was one of the things that I was pretty excited about for this game, was that they were, kind of going to be doing more of the original concept for EverQuest as far as the the graphics direction went. And then now they've moved away from that since Brad is out of the picture. So I find that to be highly, highly disappointing. But once you're already backed into it, I mean, the only thing I can do at this point is just quit playing. So, and like I said, I kind of did that for a while because I didn't know what direction the game was going to go with. And I was like, well, I don't want to keep playing in their random betas and stuff that they're having, and get really addicted to playing the game, and then and then something come out to where they say, oh yeah, well, now that Brad's gone, we lost all of our funding, and et cetera, et cetera. I didn't know what direction they were going to go with it. So I was like, well, I'm just gonna kind of put this game on the back burner for a while and let it cook some and see where they go with it and what they do. So I mean, it's been going long enough now that they're obviously trying to make a good go with it. And being in software development, I understand why they had to make the change for the graphics. I still think it was a really bad idea, and they should have stuck with what they were going with. But at least I understand why they made the decision that they did, and that that they really needed to get something going with the game. And the old graphic system that they were using, I mean, that it would just take forever for people to be able to actually get new content out. I mean, it was taking them forever to to launch a new zone, and most of I think it was, is Avendir, is that the name of the town? I forget if that was the name of the town or not, but I mean, most of the stuff in that town was still gray boxed. So I mean, it's like it wasn't even it wasn't even a completed zone. So they have definitely kind of fleshed out these zones a lot since the last time that I played, and the majority of that is quite obviously from the fact that they changed the graphic style, and it's just faster and easier to make graphics now, to make actual art assets, I should say. So like I said, it's disappointing for me because I really wanted the old style system, but I at least understand why they did what they did. And the feel of the game still has a it still has a pretty EverQuest-y feel to it. So hopefully I can get over my issues with the graphics, and hopefully as time goes on and we hit that December marker where they go into early access, and we'll see how they're changing some of the graphics for that specifically. Hopefully that will kind of alleviate some of my concern with the future of the game. But it's like for the longest time, I've heard people like just yelling like, "Oh, dead game," because it's been in development for so long. But it's like that's just how MMOs are. Yeah, the game looks so nice early on. It just, yeah, it looked really, really nice. Back over here and chill out by this guard, so in case something decides to attack me, they'll take care of it. Now, so it looks like they've actually announced it, unless this dude just doesn't know what he's talking about, but they're saying that there is going to be a full wipe on December 1st. So it does look probably a good idea that you didn't necessarily get into it right away, because you'll lose it all anyways. Or it might even be a better idea to go ahead and get into it now, because it doesn't matter what you do to your character, it's going to go away in a couple of weeks. So trial by fire. I've played a few different games fairly recently. There was a game that tried to essentially do a remake of the concept of the old Ultima Online game, and it just did not quite hit that that thing that everybody was looking for. I don't even know if the game is still around or not. It was pretty big on Steam for a little while. It was called Legends of Aria, I believe, and they kept going back and forth with so many different things with the game. I really just hope that these guys don't end up running into that. But yeah, they went because old school Ultima Online was it was a full-blown PvP game. There was no PvE option. Like if you played the game, it was PvP. These guards have insane ranges on them, and then they just sit here. So if I go and attack another rat, he's just gonna run over there and kill that one. Need to start looking into other areas to move on to. The stuff is getting really low level. Yeah, it looks like it's still looks like light blue is still it's 3 levels or more lower than you. Looks like it still gives experience, but it's a very, very tiny amount. Man, everybody's so high level. It's like there's nobody in my level range. Level 4. Throw myself up for LFG and see if somebody will take pity on me. Yeah, that probably wouldn't hurt. Try to find an armor or weapon vendor, see if I get a little upgrade. I did find one weapon earlier. Some hand wraps basically for the monk class, but other than that, haven't had a whole lot of haven't really had any kind of drops that were anything that I would wear, so. Yeah, that was another thing that was interesting about old school EverQuest as well, is the vendors were always very expensive. Like it was always much better to go through players for gear than to try to buy things from vendors. I don't know if things are still quite the same way or not, but monks can't use one-handed maces. That's it. Wow, they can't use staves either. Okay. Can use a one-handed club, just not a mace. Yeah, the lack of two-handed staff thing is pretty... Okay, so they have a different type of two-handed weapon for a monk. All right, that makes sense. I wonder what's actually better. I know back in the old day, generally wanted to go two-handed staff. I don't have an option set up for just replacing a piece of gear you got on. You have to actually remove the old one first. I'm sure that'll be something they'll fix in the future. Well, that's interesting. Somebody's actually asking for, they're trying to transfer stuff from one of their characters to an alt. So it's like, at this point in time, you probably could find somebody that would be willing to help you all right for that. But it's like once the game goes into early access, yeah. I think it's kind of interesting that they gave you this this soul shuriken option. That was always one of those things that was frustrating about monks back in the EverQuest days, was having to constantly buy shurikens and keep them with you. So having this just like random skill that will give you a ranged attack is pretty nice. I actually don't even know if monks have if they have feigned death anymore or not. It's been so long since I've played one. I don't know if that's something they've removed. I would be surprised if they did, but I mean, you just never know. I actually kind of wonder if this holding this torch is causing me problems or not. Dump that in my inventory for a moment. Okay, so maybe not. Interesting. So yeah, I don't know how the wielding system works in this game. If you actually have dual wield, that may actually be something that I just don't have access to at all right now. Yeah, for the most part, like I said, this still feels a lot like the EverQuest style. They had a lot more actual EverQuest sounds. Oh, look, there's another. There's a tree for chopping. Only the second harvestable tree I've seen. And those actually look like slightly nicer trees than some of these other ones, like the set ones that are out here. So hopefully that's something they'll continue to improve on. But yeah, when they first came out with the pre-alpha for this game, they had a lot more sounds from EverQuest, and they've kind of been replacing those slowly over time. I mean, I'm sure it's probably one of those things that I don't know what the trademark stuff is for EverQuest at this point, but I mean the game is still live, so I would be really surprised if they could just get away with using sounds from a game that is still actively being played and paid for. As far as I know, they're actually still releasing expansions for it, which is insane to think about. Like 30 years. Hit rating reduced. I don't like that. Freaking bat spit at me or something. I'm slowly kind of finding my way around here. Look at that. Like him. Oh, I sit down, it pissed him off. Like, how dare you set in my presence? Oh yeah, 100% it is. Oh, that was close. I almost bought the farm on that one. Fortunately, he decided to run away. Yeah, I mean, Warfren and I went back and played the kind of like the classic version of EverQuest, and it was pretty sad. Like, very watered down. They took all the because EverQuest had a thing in it starting at, I can't remember if it started at like 15 and 20 or if the first one wasn't until like level 25, but they had a thing that they called hell levels, and it was basically every 5 levels, that 5th level had an absurd amount of experience compared to the level before and after it. And it was something like 3 or 4 times the amount of experience that it took to level. So when you were trying to level to 25 to 30 to 35 to 40, etc., you would just be in that level forever. And everybody just referred to them as hell levels. But they completely removed those. They don't exist in EverQuest anymore. And even when they did their classic, like kind of like throwback version, they still had them gone, which, I mean, as silly as it may sound, you know, people complaining because you level too fast. I mean, to me, that's part of EverQuest. I mean, that's part of the old school feel, is the game was hard. It was brutal and unforgiving, and, you know, they didn't hand anything to you, and the fact that they took that away, to me, just cheapens the experience. Kind of like the same problem that they had when they did the World of Warcraft Classic, where they came out with the classic version, but it was the nerf to shit version. It's like, oh hey, we're gonna give you Molten Core, but it's the version of Molten Core after we nerfed the shit out of it from back in the day, so that people that don't even know how to play video games could go in and beat it. You know, it's like, that's not what people that want to go back and experience that stuff want to experience. They want to experience what it was originally. And yeah, so even EverQuest failed miserably at doing that. Now there is a group out there, and I'm under the impression that it actually still exists, but it was called Project 1999, and it was a group of people unassociated with Daybreak Games, which is who owns EverQuest at this point, but they actually put together a kind of like a throwback to EverQuest, and they did it before Daybreak was doing it, and theirs was well done. Like, as far as I know, that one was like as accurate to the old school as they could get. And I'm under the impression that they are still making Project 1999 servers from time to time, like they pop up. So I'm actually really interested in checking one of those out at some point, and going back and playing the old school. Dark Howler. No, he's same level as me. I'm bugging out. I don't want to fight that thing. The last one that I fought was just one of these pups, and it almost got me. I wonder if loot control still works the same way as it used to. If like people can, like once you loot a corpse, if you leave it on the ground and walk away, if after a while other people can come up and loot it. Because that was a thing for EverQuest back in the day. You only got control of the loot for so long, like 60 seconds or 2 minutes or something like that, and then it would just become global loot, and anyone could loot the corpse and pick up whatever was on it. I can't count the number of times when I was playing EQ where people would leave like gemstones and stuff like that on corpses because they didn't have the capacity to carry it. Their bags were full and they didn't want to take it back, and it's like, you know, that stuff was worth some good money, so I just run around and pick it up. Not to mention the fact where monks got destroyed for carrying a lot of weight. You know, gemstones had a high value to them, but they were light. They were very, very light. So for monks, they were some of the best kind of loot that you could get. Go find myself another vendor. I actually need to find like so one of the things that they changed for this game compared to the old school EverQuest is EverQuest had 8 inventory slots, and so they've got 10 on here, but the inventory slots was actually where the bags went. So you would actually put a bag in an inventory slot, and then you would right click the bag to open it, and then you could put stuff in that bag. And in this one, they've now changed this to where you have 10 inventory slots instead of the 8, and then they have 5 bag slots down here, and you start with a bag. And then you can pick up to 4 more. Now with like WoW, or with WoW, your initial bag was not something that you could get rid of. So you were always stuck with that bag, and it was always smaller than all the bags that they had later on. But this one is actually, looks like you can actually just take it out of there and get rid of it if you found a bigger bag. But yeah, I didn't realize quite how long we had been running, so I'm going to take a little bit of a break here and run some ads so that new people coming into the channel don't get hit with those pre-roll ads, and it'll give me a chance to run and grab a drink and stuff like that. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, guys. All right, we're back. This camera is going to absolutely drive me insane over here. I wonder if this game is going to end up having some sort of a... No. What do you mean, no sound? Okay. Don't mess with me like that. What? Oh, crap. I sold my water. How do I get it back? Well, that's bad. Huh, that's interesting. You can't drop stuff like that on the ground. Yeah, I think once they unlock some more capabilities for your graphics cards and things like that as well, because like you really can't adjust much in here. So, I don't know. I don't like how that keeps playing every time I come through here as well. You don't need to tell me that the town is teeming with life, I just need to see it. It's kind of an interesting view there. Some people talking around me. Like the castle up there. I'm gonna see if I can get up there. The place I remember going into previously. I don't even know if this little town was here or not. Mastery is this. Oh, interesting. Okay. Or if you can like undo those. Broken. Yeah, apparently this server was having some issues server was having some issues last night, this particular one in general, and a lot of people dipped off the server and went to a different one. So, oops. Ooh, can I get on the roof here? Hell yeah, look at that. Alright, this looks like this is gonna go up a little bit of a hill over here, which hopefully will take us around to the castle area. Assuming there's not a bunch of high-level aggressive creatures over here, I should be good. Almost halfway to level 5, which means I'm gonna be in trouble soon. Start having start losing gear and XP when I die, maybe. I don't know exactly how that works yet. I don't even know where you can go to get harvesting tools yet to be able to do harvesting and stuff. Almost over there. See what they've changed about the castle since we've been here, or since I've been here last, I should say. Okay. This isn't unnecessary. Asherite, huh? I don't know how to reasonably tell what level players are yet. Used to, their consider color would be the same, just like an NPC would. Now, see, now this stuff looks a little more familiar to me, but I just don't know how much of this stuff has changed over the days, over the years. So it looks like that, you know, they've made that have like a gap in there, and it's like, I don't even understand why. It's weird. Oh wow, you can't even get into this place? Wow. Like, you could run all through this place in the earliest versions of the game. I mean, like I said, granted, there were a lot of buildings in there that were still gray box, but you could at least go in there. And like, they've just completely restricted access at this point. You can't get into Thronefast at all. Very disappointing. Well, I think we'll probably call it for this game for now, and we'll get some Throne and Thunder up and Throne and Liberty up and running. I've got some stuff that I need to get finished up in that. Wow, 30 seconds to get out of game. That's nuts. Amazingly enough, that's about how long it takes for Throne and Liberty to actually boot up. Get the stream info change there, so new people coming in would know what they're getting themselves into. Is this thing like not? Yeah, gonna get some of my dungeon refreshes in for the day, and I gotta do some more of the Halloween dungeon at some point because it'll be ending here pretty soon, 2 more days. At least want to go and get enough points to pick up the Amatoy out of it and stuff like that. Almost done with that contract. Super close. Say he's doing. We changed his gear around here. Still doing dagger greatsword. Kinda cool. I think Band was attempting to do some sort of tanking. Not positive there, but Temple of Slaughter. Let's see how many people we can piss off today. Man, I really hope that they improve some stuff in that game. Game's fairly busy today. A lot of people hanging around in town. Although if they're all hanging around in town, it kind of makes you wonder if they're actually playing. Carpe diem. I was not even close to being in that. Come on.
How dare you trespass? You make for a perfect sacrifice.
Hate those shamans. Little circles on the ground. Such a tiny little window to get out of them if you're not really focused on them.
How dare you trespass here?
I hate it when sometimes they don't do the ability that you're supposed to be blocking. Like, it does the countdown, the little enclosing circle for it, and then they just don't do the attack. Like, just kidding. Oh. one of those MMOs that, I mean, I still haven't quite decided what I think about this game yet. It's like, some of the content's fun, you know, like the dungeons and stuff like that. It's pretty entertaining, but this game doesn't, like, it kind of punishes you for wanting to play the game. And I really hate games that punish you for wanting to play. Like, I just don't understand that concept in a company that makes a video game and then punishes you for playing the game. And what I mean by that is this game in particular. So up here in the top right, you've got these dimensional contract tokens. Whenever you beat the boss in a dungeon, a chest will spawn. That chest, it takes 300 of those tokens in order to open the chest. Well, the problem with that is you only get 900 of those tokens a day. So you basically can do 3 dungeons, and if you open a chest 3 times, now you can choose to not open the chest, but I mean, why would you run a dungeon if you weren't going to get the loot? So yeah, I mean, basically it's 3 dungeons, and you spend your 900 points, and then you're done with dungeons for the day. You can't do any more dungeons, or at least you can't get any more loot out of the dungeons, I should say. That time I didn't get out in time. But yeah, it's like, you know, what's wrong with just wanting to go in and do dungeons? It's like, if I just want to go in and run dungeons all day, that should be my prerogative. So I'm really hesitant to put a lot of backing into this game. Like, it's fun to just get in and goof around on, and, you know, play the game with some friends or something like that, do some dungeon runs, you know, whatever. Or if you get into PvP, you know, it'd be pretty decent. But if you're not into PvP, like, this probably isn't going to be the game for you, because they just severely restrict the PvE content that you can do. Oh, this is a very interesting take on how to do this. Normally people just like pile up every single enemy they can find and just run them in a giant pile down through here, and you just wipe over and over and over because some moron is just like, oh, this is the best way to do this. It's like, this has already been 100,000 times better than than every single other time I have run this dungeon. Most people don't want to fight 6 creatures.
How dare you trespass here?
But I really like the kind of like counterattack system that this game has, because when you see the little purple circles that are closing in, that's kind of your reaction window for countering an ability that enemy is casting. And then this particular weapon combo, I can do a counterattack anytime they do that. If I get a perfect block on their ability, then I can unleash a cool attack, and it's like, that's very rewarding and fun feeling. And it's like, why do you want to punish me for playing? Yeah, there was a lot of people that I had played games with that were playing WoW with us that decided to leave WoW to come play this game, and I just don't understand what their fascination was with it, because they were not PvPers. So it's like, if you're not PvPing, the things that you have to do in this game are very limited. It's good for people with, like, you know, small amounts of time. If if you're one of those people that just doesn't have a whole lot of free time and you just want to gain a game to get into and you don't want to be feeling like you're super left behind, then yeah, this game's great for that. But not always the best way to go for a. Did we get them all? Yeah, we got enough of them anyways. But that's not always the best way to go for a game that you know, that you want people to really get invested in and play. It's like just having a hard time deciding if this is where I'm going to be wanting to spend a lot of my time. That's definitely nice having finally figured out how to properly do this boss, because that was getting old really fast. Coming in here all the time and just doing this with people that had no idea what they were doing, and people are really bad about explaining fights. Like if you wipe on a fight or something like that, people would rather just get pissed off and quit as opposed to say like, hey, does everybody know how to do this place? As compared to most of the other bosses, this is a lot more in-depth boss fight. And here's the chest. We'll open it, confirm it, get your roulette, and damn it, I got the daggers, which is not what I wanted from this boss. I want the crossbow. That was, however, probably the best group that I've ever run that with. That was definitely nice. I have 5 more of those to run. I bet none of them will be as smooth as that was. I could put this in for trait unlock stones and whatnot, but I don't know if I should do that or throw it up on the auction house and try to sell it. Not for sure which way I should really go with that one. The rolling pumpkin part. I kind of want to see how well this game plays after I get an upgraded crossbows, because I'm actually running like a super old green set right now, and that seems to be one of my primary forms of damage. So I'm hurting pretty bad by having these super old crossbows. I hate this system. Just got these troll ass people that don't want to do this dungeon, so they just keep pressing escape every time that they see Temple of Slaughter, thinking that they're going to get something different. It's like, dumbass, if you don't take the dungeon, most likely everyone else isn't going to as well, which means it's just going to keep, you're going to keep getting this dungeon every time. Just go. It's hilarious how many problems arise with an old game. Like, this game is not new. It's new to America, but it's not new. and the amount of problems that this game has, and so much of it is resulted because of just playing with Americans, because Americans are fucking assholes. Yeah, this is already a really bad group. Like, you can just tell it by looking at them. Like I've ever seen anyone pull this crap into this corner like this.
You'll make for a perfect sacrifice. How dare you trespass here? Forever. Leave forever.
Fun stuff. Oh yeah, forgot to check on that. I finished something in the adventure journal. Maybe not. Snuffed.
How dare you trespass here? Sacrifice.
I love how even though I have something targeted, other stuff will get in the way and just absorb all the attacks. Can I have control of my character, please? What the hell? I'm like stuck on something.
Leave forever.
Shaman is still out here. These things are so annoying. I don't understand why people don't actually target these things first. That's what puts the big purple circles on the ground that lock you into place and make it to where you can't move. And there's like so many other things like get crowded around you and stuff. Sometimes you can't move out of them. It's like, you know, if you just, I don't know, go kill those things, then you wouldn't have that problem. I'll be really interested to see what kind of damage some of these abilities will do once I finally get a decent crossbow. I think the biggest problem I'm going to have with a decent crossbow, though, is I don't think I have many of the purple upgrade tokens, which means I'll get a purple crossbow, but it's going to be level 1 for a long time. on, stamina. Kind of funny. I wonder how some of the other streamers that got into streaming this game, I wonder how many of them actually kept up with it. I know when this game first came out, Asmongold was going nuts about it, but I don't think I've seen him involved with this game at all in a while now. Yep, this is going to be a wipe group right here. Yep. Karma stun. Yep. How elegant and fast the last group did this fight. And I guarantee you, if I say anything to these retards in here about what it is that they're doing, they're just going to be like, oh my god, follow the dude, kill the boss. And it's like, I did not attack anything on the trip out there, and multiple things turned and started attacking me and did not follow the tank away. So it's like, that system does not work. Just because you luck out and get it from time to time does not mean that it is a valid option. It's like, people are just so stupid these days. And see, I didn't see anybody attack anything, and we have like 10 fucking creatures down here now. It's like, this is not reasonable to do without a tank. 2 people already dead. They just don't understand the mechanics of how this works. Like, I've been playing this game for like a day and a half, 2 days total. You know, like actual play time, and I understand more about what's going on here than these people that have been playing this game for who knows how long. It's just ridiculous. Like, people don't research anything anymore. They don't understand what they're getting into. They just go and do stuff because they're like, oh, I saw this on YouTube once. And it's like, what's what the fuck, man? Now look, I'm the fucking lead. Ian McKellen. See if they can live up to the name. Like, why don't they at least just kill these fucking dogs that are here? Get rid of something.
You make for a perfect sacrifice. You make for a perfect
Come on.
sacrifice. How dare you trespass here? I'll make you regret coming here.
Blocks a little clearly on that one. Stuff staying spread out a little bit better this time, so maybe we'll actually pull this off. Ah, too early again. Off my game.
I can't die like this.
All that for nothing. Could have done it the first time and like 15 seconds extra. I'll be interested to see if we can even kill the boss if the morons even know how to do the fight. Yeah. Alright. Is anyone even flying? No. What the hell? What? Stop fucking auto running. Jesus Christ. Someone flying this time? Yeah, we're all gonna die again because no one flew. I don't understand why it doesn't release your mouse when you die, when you have the res screen up and you need to click on it. Like, why do I have to press Alt to force the release? Why is it not just standard? Like someone should already be flying and I don't see anyone going. Okay, somebody's up there now. Get me out of the freaking bird form. If we can do that one more time, we can actually win, and I can get away from this retarded ass group. Like, that's the bad thing about doing this particular boss is you only need one person to fly, and everybody else that's doing it is just wasting time. It's like more boss up time you can have everything, and like people just don't understand. Hey, that person actually got behind the tank like they're supposed to. Holy shit. We got... Oh, it's time again. Okay, somebody is flying. There you go. Oh, back group is bad. I was so excited on that last one because the daggers are Rex Chimerus's fangs, and then the I forget what the crossbows are called, but they're Rex Chimerus something. I thought I actually got the crossbow on my first attempt for the night. Like, that would have been amazing. .47. So close. So close. Actually, Nelfie did all 4.76% of that. What the hell is that even? Oh, it's that. Okay. Temple of Silabeth. It's in conflict currently, so that can go fuck itself. Actually, is he still on? Oh no, he logged out. No one's wanting to do the one that I need to do, so matchmaking it is. 20 minutes of people humping the fucking cancel button because they don't want to do this dungeon.
Are you? Check out this new equipment. Greetings, Captain. Thank you for your hard work. You there? Just let me know if it's contracts you're after.
Looks like it's the tank that keeps canceling on this one. It's like, why do you do random dungeons if you're not willing to do the random dungeons? Like, if you don't want to do random, you want a specific dungeon, just go queue for that. Hate those guys.
You'll make for a perfect sacrifice. How dare you trespass here? Leave forever.
Freaking dogs, man. I'm just like getting feared constantly. What the fuck, man? You guys want to do something about these fucking dogs?
How dare you trespass here? Sacrifice.
really hate how that one ability does not turn when you move. Probably needs to get a room.
You'll make for a perfect sacrifice.
Oh shit. Pushed it off into the water, that's good. I guess double count as a kill.
Burn your soul. How dare you trespass here? You'll make for a perfect sacrifice.
I had dogs on me, but pissed off, so that's good at least.
How dare you trespass here? Sacrifice. I'll make you regret coming here. I can't die like this.
Beast Ninja, huh? Some of the names that people do are just fucking hilarious. Probably valid. Want to know if we had enough DPS to skip the mechanic. We definitely were killing pretty fast, but well, the first one comes really quick, like it's already out. keep forgetting about that that one mechanic for this. Always afraid I'm gonna get picked for it and then I won't be paying attention and just get splattered. That wasn't too bad of a kill. My Beast King's belt again. Give me the crossbow so I can quit coming here. Why does it keep sending me to that stupid Halloween event? I don't care. Oh wow. Got a lot faster than I expected us to. Have a tank not wanting to join for half an hour. Why can't I ever get lucky and get into a group that people have kicked people and I can just be right at the last boss? Oops. Wasn't even paying attention there.
You'll make for a perfect sacrifice. How dare you trespass here? Bleed forever. Bleed forever.
Got that in time. Maintenance in 2 hours. This game's just as bad as Once Human. Horrible downtimes.
You'll make for a perfect sacrifice.
If I get that block off in time.
Burn your soul.
Nice root ability for these guys would be great. How do we have that shaman dead?
We will kill you all. Burn your soul.
The thing down? Yeah, we can get out of here. This guy. Oh, I'm still gonna die. Oh wow. Made it to here at least.
How dare you trespass here? You'll make for a perfect sacrifice.
Seriously?
You'll make for a perfect sacrifice. How dare you trespass here? Sacrifice.
Kind of feeling like the tank doesn't know what they're doing. Of how that one random creature behind me absorbed like all of the fucking attacks from my fucking cannon. Stunned. Come on, get unstunned. Jesus. Fucking stun lock. Why does no one know how to do this shit?
I can't die like this.
Actually get it. Ah. Somebody ran back. Happens when you release too early. One person's flying already. Another one of them aren't really doing much, but whatever. They really need to have some kind of a better system to let you know that you're fucking targeted by that. When you're right up underneath the fucking boss, you can't see the goddamn fucking pillar. We'll be redoing that one. Yeah, see, I died and no one else bothered pulling any fucking chains. Somebody else got chains that time. Holy shit. Seriously? No one pulled the other chain. God damn it. Fucking retards. Why do people play games if they're not gonna actually learn how to fucking play them? It just goes to show that damage meters are not what broke WoW. There's fucking retards in this game that won't get off fucking bosses, and there's no goddamn fucking damage meters here. People are just fucking stupid. God damn it. Holy shit. There's like 3 of them left now. I've never had so much problems killing this fucking boss before. This is pathetic. As soon as those fireballs go out, like, you can just come out here and wait for a fucking chain to get on. It's like, a lot of these dumbasses never do this. Please kill this before we have to do a chain again. God. Oh, it was painful. Starting to think maybe it's a good idea to only run 3 dungeons a day. Only so much of this you can handle. Ah, fucking people. We're down 2 to go. Probably go find some way to farm precious weapon growth stones. It's gonna work this time. Holy shit. What kind of an idiot group do we get this time? really think that if you have a charged attack that you're doing and you counterattack something that's coming in, I think you should take a portion of the damage that attack would have done and applied it to the counterattack. It's like I lost a lot of fucking damage having to fucking cancel out of that move.
How dare you trespass here? You'll make for a perfect sacrifice. Be forever.
Ability is larger than that graphic. It's kind of hard to get out of sometimes if you're moving slow. What's this up here? Abyssal contract tokens? Yeah.
You'll make for a perfect sacrifice.
I love how I got the block on that and it said perfect, but I still got hit somehow.
How dare you trespass here?
Bad people are bad. And fighting. How much damage that one dude did to this dog in one attack. It's like, why do people skip this stuff? Like, just fucking kill it.
How dare you trespass here?
Oh well, I guess I can't.
I can't die like how dare you trespass?
Kill this boss yet again. Hopefully we can get it done quick. Let's see. I gotta get toasted. Oh, why did it not fucking do it? Got them all that time. Oh, you fucker. Stunned me right out of my big attack. Didn't get away in time. They really need a better system for indicating that you have that fucking marker. If you're melee and stuck up inside the boss's fucking asshole, you can't see that you fucking have it. It's so fucking annoying. It's like, just put a big thing in the middle of my screen that says run the fuck away. I mean, Jesus. Bad game is bad. Got it that time. The first one comes really fast. I didn't even notice that we had gotten it yet. Fucking take the thing. God damn. What does it say this fucking is? Can you get rid of this thing? Bad game is bad. Come on, get off. There we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's doing the same thing to me that it's doing to that dude. This is ridiculous, man. God, this game sucks so fucking much. God damn. Oh, fuck. Close. I hate that fucking mechanic. Great. 2 other fucking people dead. Oh no, it's just 1 other person. No, no, somebody else is dead. Tank died. %. Maybe they'll get this. These groups are just getting fucking worse and worse. Oh god damn it, I got the fucking daggers again. Jesus Christ. Just give me the fucking crossbow so I never have to come back to this shithole again. This is fucking awful. Alright, I think I'm gonna save the other one for another day. I don't feel like running this shithole anymore today. That was so bad. Wouldn't be so bad if you actually had a competent group of people. The lag is just fucking ridiculous. Hopefully their downtime that they're gonna be doing here shortly will alleviate some of that. We'll see. I don't have a whole lot of faith in game companies anymore. They all fucking suck. Whatever, fuck you. Alright, that's gonna be it for tonight, guys. I appreciate everybody hanging out and watching some, but hopefully you enjoyed getting to check out Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. I don't know if that's gonna be a game for everybody, but it is what it is. I will do some more streaming with that one in the near future, maybe a little closer to December once we get to a point of the patch coming out and seeing what they've improved with it. I may wait till then to find out what's going on with it. I don't want to put a whole lot of time into it if they're going to be wiping the servers that soon. So I'll probably be doing some more Diablo here pretty soon. I've got a lot of stuff in that I want to still get cleaned up. I'm trying to get to 300 Paragon. I'm around 250-ish or so, so I just need to do a lot of playing through on that. So I may do some Diablo coming up here quite a bit. May get back into some Satisfactory for a little bit. I was having a good time with that game. I would like to show off Astroneer. I know it's a game that's been out for a little while, but it's a really, really good game. I always call it No Man's Sky Light because it's got a lot of the benefits and stuff that No Man's Sky does, but it's it's a little bit more on a light version of it, not quite as big of a game, not quite as in depth as No Man's Sky. So it's got a lot of fun, and they've got an expansion coming out for it on the 13th. So 5 more days, so like Tuesday, I guess. So maybe we'll stream that next Wednesday and see how that goes. Hopefully it's not an absolute disaster on day one. That could be bad, but yeah, we'll have some fallback stuff, and mostly just trying to kill time until Monster Hunter Wilds gets here. Unfortunately, that won't be until the end of February, but with any luck, sometime one of the early weeks in January, we'll probably do a playthrough of Return to Moria. Let people check that out a little bit. But yeah, outside of that, there's not a whole lot of big games out on the horizon anytime in the near future. So we'll see how things go. We may randomly get into another play of Ark Survival Evolved and see how that goes. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I may pull out the dev kit and work on the mod for Ark Survival as well, because I haven't updated it to the Ascended version yet. So I may mess around with that some. We'll kind of see how that goes, but that might be something interesting for people to watch, is to see how mods and stuff like that are written for Ark Survival. But yeah, that's all I got for the night, guys. If you're watching this after live time, make sure and give us a follow and turn on those notifications. Come back and see us. If you're enjoying the content on YouTube, be sure you're subscribing there and coming back and checking us out when we're live. And I will catch you guys tomorrow evening. Have a great night.